ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში
ხარული ვარ რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო.
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
Hello, dear chess friends. This is Batumi World Youth Championship under 8, 10, 12, open in the girls section. We have more than 750 players from 69 different countries, and today we have a very decisive last round, round number 11. This is Grandmaster Valeri Gaprindashvili with you, and today we have a very special guest. This is the president of FIDE, Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
First of all, I like to ask you, when you were coming to here, just without chess, what was your feelings about Batumi, Georgia? Because we did our best. We meet you with the sunny weather.
Right. I was supposed to come to Batumi a week ago, but the weather was not that good, so I postponed my visit. But seriously speaking, I'm happy to be back after 2018's Chess Olympiad here in Batumi, and elections, of course, where I was a happy winner and became FIDE president. So for me, it's a place with very good memories and some nostalgia even, I would say. And same hotel, same beaches, hospitality, food, people, everything is amazing here in Batumi. And I noticed lots of new construction, new apartment buildings, hotels, and Batumi is becoming a real city, not just a town in Georgia. So I think it's one of the most comfortable places for, at least for young players to play when there are so many of them, but for any chess tournament as well.
Okay, very nice to hear that. So you already saw the playing venues, you saw the accommodation for the chess players, how it goes. How do you think everything is okay connected to that?
Yes, I think everything is okay. Of course, after each tournament, we will analyze all aspects of organization, and at any tournament there are success stories and examples for the future, and of course there are things to learn from, so we will do that during the next few days. But from the first look, it goes very well, and people tackle any issues that arise during the tournament with a lot of energy and at a very professional level.
Yes, and okay, we have to ask you connect to the last round also because the viewers, most of them are the parents. So, what would you like to say to the chess players, the leaders, or all of them, and to the parents also?
Well, first of all, that's one of the first big tournaments after the pandemic,
Yes.
and well, the pandemic is not over, but we are not afraid, I would say, anymore. And it's important for kids to come and compete, to learn from how they play. Specifically, since without those competitions, you cannot improve and evaluate your level, basically.
Sure.
So this tournament for these kids is extremely important to go to the next stage in their learning curve, I would say. So parents should not, I think, overestimate losses, for instance. Losses are to learn from, and they should not overestimate wins as well, since again, it's a very important tournament. It's a world championship, and the winners will be proud of that. But for many kids, it's just one step forward to improve, and the parents should appreciate that.
Yes. So also I want to mention that we have a last round today, and in any of the category there is not clear who will be the champion.
Yeah,
so it means it's
fight.
quite equal.
It's very competitive across all categories, and everywhere, almost I think the difference is just half a point or even equal points.
Yes.
So the first boards is going to be a very interesting
Yes, very
fight,
interesting.
really competitive. And I think that we will be excited about this last round.
Yes, that will be quite interesting round. So, Mr. Arkady, we know that the last election just passed. I want to congratulate you one more time. We know that you have a lot of goals and targets to reach, and we like to wish you the best luck, and we are happy that you are here.
Thank you. Yes, the Chennai elections were on the sides of the Chess Olympiad, of course, which was a great event, and I would like to thank once again our Indian friends for organizing it, and it was very competitive as well. I would like to congratulate the Georgian ladies team, of course, with very good performance at the Olympiad. Also, the world is difficult now. Here we have some Russian players playing under FIDE flag. Unfortunately, not Ukrainian players. They couldn't come. But one of the interesting things I noticed is that girls under 12, we have Oksana Goryachkina also in the leading group, while Alexandra is playing now in Astana, the Women Grand Prix, and also in the leading.
By the way, in this tournament we also have Anand.
Yes, from India. Correct, but for us this year was focused on raising new generation of girls and supporting women in chess at all kind of positions, including players, arbiters, officials, coaches.
That's quite important thing.
So we will continue doing that in the future. So I'm happy to see that here there is almost equal number of boys and girls. So it's really important.
Okay, thank you one more time, and dear chess friends, we will be shortly back to you. See you soon.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში ფიდეს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში
ხარული ვარ რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო.
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში
ხარული ვარ რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო.
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
Hello dear chess friends, we are back from the World Youth Championship, so I will quickly go to the games now and announce you the situation before the last round. So we will start with the open section under 12. Here on the first board we have Movahed Sina with white playing against Uskov Artyom. Uskov Artyom has 9 points out of 10 and he's leading the tournament as the next player has 8 points out of 9, but still it's not guaranteed that he's the champion already, so he will have the quite complicated fight in the last round, that's for sure, because here we have the first and the second number of the tournament by rating playing between each other the last round. Movahed Sina wants to win quite much. Uskov, I'm talking about just the results. Uskov is quite okay with the draw, because after the draw he guarantees the first place in the tournament. So let's see how it goes. Here we have the Sicilian defense with the B3 line, so it means that Movahed refused to go to the basic lines, main lines of the theory, and he just decided to play this structure. So we go now to the second board where we have one more 8-pointer. So I will tell you in advance, here we have one player with 9 points, this is Uskov, and then we have 3 players with the 8 points. One of them we already said that was Movahed Sina. Another player with 8 points. On the second board we have Din Ho with black. He is playing against Mamedov Edgar, who is the number 3 of the tournament. So just pay your attention that on the last round on the first 2 boards we have first, second and third number by rating of the tournament. So here Mamedov Edgar has 7.5 points with white, playing against Din with 8 points. On the, yes, nothing unusual is happening for now. White gonna capture on d4. It is white to move. Yes, they will capture on d4. This is quite classical and typical structure without any unexpected things. Quite basic line compared to the first board where Movahed decided to go to the side line of the opening. Then on the board number 3 we have Nurgaliev with white with 7.5 points playing against Vaz Ethan who has 8 points. This is the last player with the 8 points. Then on the board number 4 we have Fedosov playing against Besov. It's quite interesting opening from the beginning. So here both of the opponents are having the 7.5 points out of 10 and let's take a look how it was from the beginning here. It was e4, c5, b4 and a3. Okay, actually nothing unusual is happening here. It's just an interesting opening, and let's see how Besov Hussein was ready for that, as it is easy to guess that Fedosov was prepared on this line. And the last player with the 7.5 points here we have Tulendinov with white playing against Delger Dalai. Here we have the French defense, also without any unexpected things from the beginning. Then we go to the girls section under 12, and I will announce you the situation there before the last round. So here we have two players with 8 points, and they are playing between each other. So this is, okay, without any words and comments, it's easy to understand that it is a game for being champion. So it will be like, I hope it will be a very interesting game, tough game for both of the players, that's for sure. Shubki is doing the perfect tournament. Goryachkina somewhere didn't play well, but then we can say she woke up and started playing excellent chess. And now let's see what's gonna happen in the last round on the board number 1, where both of the players are the only ones who has 8 points out of 10. Then we have the group of 7.5 pointers, 5 of them. So we have 2 pairs of 7.5 and 1 7.5 player goes down with the 7 pointers. So on the second board we have Preobrazhenskaya against Abramkina with 7.5 points for both. On the third board we also have Shriya and Kali Ahmed with 7.5 points. I'm not paying my attention on the openings because nothing unexpected is there. And there we have one more 7.5 point player. This is Yusefian playing against Mgeladze with 7 points. Unfortunately, Mgeladze lost the last 2 rounds. She was almost the whole tournament, she was leading, and after that 2 losses in a row, she stays with the 7 points and mostly without the medal in the tournament, but still she has some theoretical chances to get in the top 3. So let's see how it goes. So this is a last 7.5 point player, Yusefian. Then we go to the open section, under 10. On the first board we have Lacan playing against Lou Patrick, and the situation before last round here we have as follow. Lou Patrick is leading the tournament with 8.5 points out of 10. Nobody else has the same or the more points. Then we have 3 players coming after him with 8 points. This is his opponent also, one of them, Lacan. Here we have the Sicilian defense with the close variation of the Sicilian defense, also nothing unexpected for now. So Lacan has 8 points out of 10, and on the second board we have the pair of the 8 pointers. This is Kleimenov and Radzimski. Both of them are having 8 points out of 10. Then we have the huge group of 7.5 pointers. We have 3 pairs of them. This is Unsal against Smirnov. Both of them were doing the excellent tournament, but last round they didn't play as well as they can. So let's see how will be the last game for them. Then we have Young Maxwell against Go Ethan. What an unusual position on the board. Let's take a look how it was. Okay, white has a rook and the pawn for 2 pieces, so the position is quite complicated. We can say that dynamically it is with the equal chances, but still it will be a very complicated fight, that's for sure. Next board here we have Shilon against Tuvshin Tulga with 7.5 points. This is the last pair. Here we have the Scandinavian defense without any unexpected things. So these are the top boards under 10 open section. Let's go to the girls section, also under 10. On the first board here we have Valeri against Myanmar, and the situation for the last round here, we have two players with 8.5 points. So one of them is Valeri and her opponent is only player with 8 points out of 10. I'm talking about Myanmar. So that is quite decisive game, quite important game in the tournament, with a quite interesting position from the beginning. Has to be slightly better for white, but nobody knows what will happen in this game, of course, because the whole fight is ahead. On the second board here we have Venskaya Nika. This is another player with 8.5 points. Yes, Venskaya lost the last round. She lost with a very petty blunder. Otherwise, she was leading the tournament all the time. And now, by the way, she still she is sharing the first place with Valeri. So last round will be, of course, very important. Everything depends on that. Now she is playing with Hania, who has 7.5 points out of 10. And here we have one more player with 7.5 points. This is board number 3, Nori Nejad with black, and Lee Iris with white, who has 7 points out of 10. So these are the top boards in the girls section under 10. Now we go to the open section under 8. Here on the first board we have Larry Mark against Xia Joshua. And the situation here is as follows. Larry Mark is leading the tournament with 9 points out of 10. Nobody else has the same points. And he is playing against Xia Joshua, who has only 7.5 points out of 10. The position is very close to equal. Larry Mark does not have anything guaranteed yet, because on the second board we have the player with 8.5 points. This is Shokjiev playing against Ayapan Santosh, where, as I told you, Shokjiev has 8.5 points, and his opponent Ayapan has 7.5 points out of 10. The position is slightly better for white. Let's see what Shokjiev will create later, because he needs to win the game to fight for the first place. And also very important game on the board number 3. We have Buklaho with the white against Safin with black. Safin has 8 points out of 10 and Buklaho has 7.5 points. The position is also mostly equal, and we have one pair with 7.5 points also. The great players, I can say like that, they are doing the excellent performance in this tournament. This is Banerjee with white and Gorey Shiamiri with a black, with the French defense exchanging line on d5. So the position is quite equal, and everything depends how they will fight later. So this is the situation in the open section under 8, and now we go to the girls section under 8. Here on the first board we have Kulagina against Sivanandan. Sivanandan has 9 points out of 10, but she also does not have anything guaranteed for now. I mean, not anything. Okay, she is in the top 3 for sure, but I'm talking about being the champion, as the next player in this age category has 8.5 points. About that we will talk a little bit later. So now we have Kulagina with 7 points on the board number 1 against Sivanandan with 9 points with black. So the position is quite okay for black without any special troubles. It is quite equal position, so That's already very good for black from the opening to have the position like that. So let's see how they will do later. Now we go to the second board where we have Charvi playing against Kuraeva, and Charvi is exactly the guy who has, the girl who has 8.5 points out of 10, and this is the only player who could make the better result in the tournament than Sivanandan. So everything will be quite complicated in this section until last moment. I think so. Here Kuraeva decided to be very active on the king side. Let's see how she will support that attack later. On the board number 3, we have the 8-pointer with white. This is Shulpanbek playing against Zhumanbaeva, who has 7 points. Nothing unusual is happening for now. And we have one more 8-pointer. This is Rzadkovska Lila with black playing against Machina Victoria, who has 7 points out of 10. So these are the top boards that we review in each of the sections. Now we will take a quick look again from the beginning what's going on there. So this is Movahed playing against Uskov. Let's take a look from the beginning how it was. The position is slightly better for white, I'll tell you that. It's slightly better. In this line, there is nothing more to get with white, so we can say that they get what they wanted. Rogely, of course, it's not like a big advantage, but it's slightly better for white. Next board we have Mamedov against Ding. It will be a very tough game for Ding. So I want to say a couple words about this player. He's not the rating favorite in the tournament, but he's doing the excellent tournament. He played also almost with every top players in this section, and he's having so many points that is just good, just excellent and perfect. I understand that Mamedov is a solid player, and I wish the luck to him. But, you know, I like to see the successful and the proper game from both of them in this round, because as I told you, I'm looking at Dean for these 11 days and he's doing excellent. He's doing excellent and he deserves the good result in this tournament. The position is slightly better for white here. Then we have Nurgaliev playing against Vaz Ethan. The position is very close to equal, maybe slightly better for white. So Vaz Ethan was also during the whole tournament in the leader group. Nurgaliev started very bad. We were expecting much more from him. As I remember, he had only 2 points out of 4, and from the next 6 games he got 5.5 points. So he get warmed, and let's see how he will play the last round. Then we have Fedosov against Beso. Okay, nothing is changing here. And we have last 7.5 pointer here, Tolentino with white playing against Delger Dalai. Also almost equal position. Girls section. Goryachkina we have on the first board. Okay, this is actually a very famous last name after the Alexandra Goryachkina that we know, one of the best players in the world. Now we have Oksana Goryachkina playing here with the black, a very decisive game against Shubhi Gupta. This is just the beginning. Nothing unexpected for now. Then we have Preobrazhenskaya against Abramkina, also without any unusual things happening. Then we have Shria against Kali Ahmed. Quite complicated position from the beginning. And then we have Yusefian with white against Mgeladze Kesaria. Also quite smooth position with the equal chances. Open section under 10, Lacan against Leo Patrick. That will be the long game with the equal chances for now. Then we have Kleimenov against Radzimsky. The same, nothing special happening. Unsal against Smirnov. The same equal position here we are having. Young Maxwell against Goethen. So here nothing has changed. Rook a1 and king c7. So quite complicated game. And Shilon against Tushin Tulga. Also nothing special from the Scandinavian defense here. Okay, usually I see this structure with the pawn on d3, but Shilon decided to play d4. Usually we have, when the bishop is from g2, usually we have the d3, the pawn on d3 and knight on e2, the f3 knight on e2. But okay, he decided to do so. Okay, anyway, the position is quite okay. Girls section under 10, Basari against Myanmar. Myanmar, sorry, not Myanmar, Myanmar. With a quite unusual and complicated position just from the beginning. Venskaya against Hania. It's quite equal position. Lee Iris against Nouri Nejad. Also with a much of complications here. With much of complications from the beginning. Knight e3, I think the white has to play queen c1. And if the black captures on f1, they can just also capture here. A mostly equal position we're gonna have. Open section under 8. Larry Mark starts active plan and moves. He's preparing actually the attack on the king side. I don't think it will be like dangerous, but we could say that maybe that's slightly better for white anyway because of the open f file, semi-open f file that they are controlling, but nothing so dangerous for black for now. Then we have Shokjiev against Ayapan with a slightly better position for now. Slightly better, nothing special actually, but slightly better. Then we have Buklaho against Safin with an equal position. And Banerjee against Qureshi Amiri, also with the equal position. Girls under 8. The same kind of position we're having here. Charvi against Kuraeva. It seems to me a little bit unprepared, that attack on the king side for Kuraeva, as she is behind in development, so that's quite dangerous to be so active when your king is in center and not protected and does not feel safe at all. So I think there Charvi has the advantage. Here Sholpanbek having the equal position against Zhumanbayeva, maybe slightly better for white, but nothing special. And Machina against Erzatkovska. Also with okay, maybe slightly better for white, but nothing special still. So these are the top boards that we already reviewed twice. Nothing so unexpected is happening in the openings in any of the boards. Of course, we understand that they are trying to be very careful, safe and solid. So soon the openings will be over. We go to the middle game, and it is actually the most interesting part for me to look at, because there the real fight is starting, and let's see how they will fight there. So for now we will do the short break and see you soon.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში
ხარული ვარ, რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის. მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო.
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში
ხარული ვარ რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო.
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
Hello dear chess friends, we are back and we continue with the games. Molahetsina with white playing against Uskov Artyom. This is the position from the opening, actually the opening. This is hanging. Which could be done and then develop the bishop. Okay, the position is quite complicated actually. It's quite complicated. Let's see how they will fight there, as everything depends on that. Then we have Mamedov against Ding. Okay, this is a slightly better position for white, but actually forever. Why am I saying forever? Because black does not have any special troubles, that's for sure. Their position is quite solid, but on the same time it is passive. And there is no active counterplay or any active plans against the space that white has. The simplest plan that black has, this is trading the pieces. As much piece they're going to trade, their position will be better and better. That's all. So let's see. As we see, Ding decided to be solid in this. Actually, he was solid in any of the games. Next board we have Nurgaliev against Vaz Ethan. It is black to move. Okay, the position is maybe slightly better for white, nothing special. Actually, it's just a fight. Everything depends how they will play later. Then Fedosov, okay, he's pawn down, he sacrificed the pawn in the opening, and of course he has the compensation for that. Let's see how they will fight. The same atmosphere on that board as the board before. Here we have Tolendinov against Delgerdalai, where I think Tolendinov is thinking quite much. He wants to support the c5 pawn, so he does not want to give that pawn back. Interesting. Okay, it has to be the idea. Let's see how it goes. Girls action under 12. Shubki against Goryachkina. just only 6 moves done, nothing unexpected for now. Then Preobrazhenskaya against Abramkina. The pawn structure for white is quite bad. Let's see how it happened. So it was a Sicilian. Yes, so black pushed d5, it means that everything is okay. At least it is equal for black. Okay, also we have to say that not so big danger for white. The position is very close to equal. Then we have Shriya against Kali Ahmed. It's equal position, equal chances. Yusefian against Geladze. This position is also problems free for black. Open section under 10. Here we have Lacan against Liu Patrick. A very unusual position. Let's take a look how it was. Oh, wow. Wow. And the blacks played b5, of course. If the white will not do the breakthrough on the queen side, it will not be the good position for them. Quite tough position, quite tough and complicated position. Next board we have Kleimenov against Radzimsky. We're the mostly equal here. Unsal against Smirnov. The same. Young against Goithen. c5 was the last move. Seems like the black's king is safe for now, and the white's counterplay is connected to f5. Very complicated game. Yeah, okay, let's say that equal chances for both of the opponents. Then we have Shilon against Tuvshint-Ulga, where black does not have any problem from the opening. I can say that it's even slightly better for them. Okay, obviously the evaluation has to be equal, but it's better to play with black this position than with white, because it is more easy life. Here we have girls section under 10, Basari playing against Myanmar. Quite complicated, but I think with the better chances for white. Then we have Venskaya against Hania. With the equal position. Lee Iris against Nori Nejat. Yes, that happened what we are talking about. In this position, Lee Iris played queen c1, black capture. Queen d4 was just an extra move, absolutely unnecessary. Nori Nejat lost a lot of tempos with playing with the queen. It was not necessary. Okay, the position is like problem free for black, but with equal chances, let's say like that. Open section under 8. Larry Mark against Xia Joshua. With the small troubles for black because of the very unlucky double pawns on G file, but I don't think it is so dangerous as it could be protected anytime. But still, white has more chances to win the game than the black. Then we have Shokjiev against Ayapan. It is white to move. I think they will capture with the F pawn, but okay, let's take a look. Yes, he has to take with the F pawn for sure, because with the D pawn it will be like Queen C5 check and so on. Queen C5, Knight E4, it will be the initiative for black. Another option is to capture with the rook, but that makes no sense. So what's left? Capture with the pawn, with the F pawn. And after capturing the F pawn, black will play Knight E4, I'm sure of that. And the position is mostly equal, very close to draw, I will tell you straightly. Buklaho against Safin. Buklaho has an excellent position actually, with pair of the bishops in the open position, with a better pawn structure, so it's kind of plus minus. I mean, advantage, quite good advantage for Buklaho from the opening. Then Banerjee against Gorey Shamiri. Complicated position, but okay, let's say that black does not have any problems from the opening, so that's good for black. And the girls section under 8. First board, Kulagina against Sivanandan. Sivanandan decided to do the long castle. That's not a bad decision, of course. The position is mostly equal. Then Charvi with white against Kuraeva Sofia. A very complicated game, Sholpambek with white against Shumanbaeva. So what happened here? Let's take a look. It was kind of quiet position. Rook B1. Okay, the first of all, we have to mention that C4 does not work because of this, and if the white will capture that, there is Queen D5. So that's why Sholpambek did not play C4. Otherwise, of course, C4 is a main plan for white. She played Rook B1 and black just captured, and then just Knight E7. Seems to me Shumanbaeva has a better position for now. She is pawn up, and I can't see any special compensation for white for being pawn down. Then we have Mahina against Rzadkovska. With a better position for white, that's definitely like that. Mahina has a better position. Let's go back to the open section under 12. Rook C8 was the last move that Uskov did. Just in case to look at the C2 pawn, maybe somewhere He will attack that pawn. I think white will play knight c4. Let's see, the position is complicated. Mamedov against Dink. Okay, here we have the same type of position, and I promise it will be like that for at least next 10 moves. Nothing will change there, as the type of the position is like that. That if something will change here, then it will be like everything will be clear who is winning. So it will be this kind of complications, I think, till the end of the game. Just remember this game. Then we have Nurgaliev against Vaz Ethan. Knight f6 and rook fd1 was last moves. And position is mostly equal. Then we have Fedosov, and this is also the same thing happening here. Whites are pawn down with the compensation. It will be a very tough game. And Tulendino against Delgerdalai. I think it will go to the typical isolated pawn position, which will be a very difficult to win with white. Girls section under 12. Shubhi against Goryachkina. Position is with the equal chances. Maybe instead of e6 last move, it was even possible to play e5. Okay, let's see. That will be the great fight on that board. The position is mostly equal. So here we have Preobrazhenskaya against Abramkina. Preobrazhenskaya is thinking after the last move of black queen b6. Then we have Shria against Kali Ahmed. A very complicated position. Yusefian against Galadze. Okay, these kind of positions are like mostly equal, maybe even slightly better for black. Open section under 10. Lacan decided just to capture on c4 and then play h3. Bishop f2 idea makes sense here with white to activate that bishop from h4. For example, in case bishop f2, black will play bishop e7, white will play queen e1, and later bishop h4 anyway, as that bishop is quite stuck in his own pawns. So it's better to activate it from h4 and later maybe prepare g4. But okay, that's a fact that the black has the advantage on the queen side. It will be a very tough game for Lacan. Kleimenov against Radzimsky, the same type of position, nothing special is happening. Unsal against Smirnov. Mostly equal. Young Maxwell against Goithen. And here we are, it started, the super complication started again. Okay, it's very difficult to say here anything, the game will be just crazy, I will tell you straightly, because a lot of different threads, a lot of different ideas, a lot of complications, so let's see how they will do their best there. Then we have Shilon against Tushin Tulga, the same type. Equal, maybe even a little bit better for black there. Girls section under 10. Basari is thinking how to create the initiative there. So I think about knight g5 move. And if the black, well, okay, f7 pawn is hanging, which is unprotectable, and then bishop g5. For example, if I put the bishop on f6, the opponent's king will be totally stuck, and then I will open up the position from a4. So this is the idea, but let's see what, yes, so I just said, and Valeri played knight g5. Yeah, seems like white's position is better. Venskaya. Venskaya's position is a little bit passive for being with white and the opening and having this kind of position. Okay, now the best that she can do is to put the pawn on h3, then to put the queen on e3, then to play knight bd2. This is a plan of the next development. h3, then queen e3, then knight bd2. Yeah, she has to be careful. She has to be careful. The position has to be equal. Then Lee Iris against Nori Nejat. Equal with complications, we can say like that. Open section under 8. The same kind of position. I'm thinking about the plan, how to improve with the white. Somewhere black has to attack the h pawn once, that somehow to force them to play h3. When the h3 pawn will be on the board, there will be less danger to the g5 pawn, and why? White will not have knight h3 move. So putting the white pawn on h3 is very good for black. So I think they have to try with instead of wasting a time, just attack that pawn from h file. And okay, if the white will play rook h1, let them stay like that. If they play knight g4, then maybe I will play even rook h4 to force them to play h3, because after h3, a big part of the problem connected to the g5 pawn is solved. Nothing gonna attack it so easily if the white pawn will stay on h3. Okay, the position has to be equal, of course, so what happened there was king e2, king e7. Okay, black has to be careful anyway, so let's see how it was before. Rook f7. I'm not sure about rook f7. And putting the rook on c7. That let it be on c8 then, I mean on the 8th rank. Okay, let's see how Larry Mark will create the problems. Here we have what we were talking about. White capture with the f pawn on e5 and black played knight e4. Of course the position is equal. Let's see if Shokgiev could create some troubles there. He has a little bit more space on the king side, but nothing special, I will tell you straightly, nothing special. Then here we have Buklaho against Safin. Safin made, Buklaho made some unnecessary trades. Okay, his position is still better, but not so much as it was before. with a pair of the bishops on the board. Then Banerjee with the Goreshi Amiri. A very complicated game. Let's go to the girls section. First board, Kulakina against Sivanandan. Sivanandan decided to play f6, e5. She has to be a little bit careful. She has to be well prepared for that, because just in case the position will open too much, then the bishop will start working much better than the black knight. So white has a bishop, right? So in the open position, we know that the bishop is better than the knight. So she has to do that plan connected to pushing e5 carefully, super carefully. The position is still with the equal chances. Charvi against Kurayeva. Kurayeva improved quite much. She improved quite much. This is a dream what could happen after the opening for her. So that will be quite complicated game, we see it. Next board we have Sholpanbek against Zhumanbayeva, where Zhumanbayeva is already 2 pawns up. So definitely a very big advantage. Then we have Makhina with a better position against Zatkovska, as the problem with development, and the king is also not safe for black. Okay, so this is for now, dear chess friends. We will do a very short break now and we'll be back soon. Stay with us.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან. ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში. გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში.
ხარული ვარ, რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის. მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო.
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში. FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის. სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან. ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში. გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში.
ხარული ვარ რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის. მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო.
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
Hello again. We are back from Batumi. We have the World Youth Championship under 8, 10, 12 open and the girls section. We are having right now the last very decisive round. I am Grandmaster Valeri Gaprindashvili and we will review the games right now. We will start with the open section under 12. From the first board here, move ahead against Uskov. Okay, in this position we were saying that black has some troubles with developing the king side as the g7 pawn is hanging after trading the knights. What Uskov did to solve this problem, let's take a look. They already did couple moves. So knight f3, d6, queen e2 and e5. He decided to solve this trouble this way, but what about the d6 pawn then? Rook fd1, yes, that's correct. Bishop e7 was in the game. So what's going on after knight c4? It seems like Uskov will play queen c7. And there will be nothing so dangerous in knight e3 later. Okay, let's see. Again and again, the game will be quite complicated with equal chances for now. Next here we have Mamedov against Ding Ho. As I told you on the move number 10, on the next 10 moves we're gonna have mostly the same position, so we already have here 5 more moves. As you see, nothing is changing much. And let's see how it goes. The position is just slightly, a little bit better for white because of the space. And here we have Nurgaliev against Vaz Ethan. What do we have here? Yes, it's slightly better for white, but just slightly better. Blacks are quite stacked. They have a bad bishop on e7, we can say like that. Let's see how it was a little bit before. After knight f6, rook fd1, take on d5, take on d5, queen d7, c4, king h8, b3. It seems like blacks are going to play f5 here or later after g6. Okay, slightly better, but forever, for whole game, we can say like that. By the way, rook b8 and b6 idea also makes sense here for black, as the b3 pawn is a little bit weak, so if the black's gonna trade the a and the b pawns, it will be kind of easier for them to play. Then we have Fedosov against Besov. Fedosov is pawn down without any special compensation. Let's see how it goes later. Then we have Tulendinov against Elgerdalay. Oh! Tulendinov is gaining the pawn on d5. Oh, that will be a very big advantage. That will be a very big advantage. Let's see how it was. c3 was played in this position. Take on f3, take, knight e5, queen e2, take, and rook a d1. On the next move, they are just winning the pawn on d5. It means that very big advantage for Tulendinov, and Tulendinov, as I remember, has some chances to get in the top 3. I will double check it right now. Just a sec. It's just very interesting to take a look at that. Okay, Tulendinov does not have a very good tie breaks, but still he has 7.5 points, and in case he wins, he will get 8.5 points with some theoretical chances to get in the top 3. Girls section under 12. Shubhi against Goryachkina. It seems like Goryachkina's position is quite good after the opening. Then we have Preobrazhenskaya against Abramkina, and what's going on here? The long castle. A very complicated game. Let's take a look how it was. Knight d7. Bishop f4. That's excellent decision. That's excellent decision to make the position more complicated and don't make it statical. Yeah, because statically white's position is not good because of the very bad pawn structure, but they are ahead in development. This is a temporary advantage, and we know the simple rule: when we have the temporary advantage, we have to be very active to use that advantage. So this is what Preobrazhenskaya is doing. Bishop f4, great. Queen b6 and knight f5. Yes, this is how the white has to play in this position. Then it was a long castle, and we have some moves there done. Yes, bishop takes b7 and king takes b7. Yeah, that will be a very complicated game. Then we have Shriya against Kali Ahmed. Also super complicated position. Then we have Yusefian against Giladze. The pawn structure has changed. It is black to move. So maybe it's time to play e6, because I don't see anything better there. e6 makes sense, that's for sure. Yeah, with the equal chances, but it's not like very close to draw. No, here any results could be. Any result could be happen there. Open section under 10. The first board we have Lacan against Leo Patrick. If the blacks were going to put the king on the queen side, then it was much better to do it after putting the queen on a5. So first put the queen on a5 and then go with the king on c7 to connect the rooks and to support the queen side. And now just take a look at the queen on d8. What is it doing there? What the queen is doing on d8? That's an important detail, Mr. Louis. That's important detail to keep the queen active on the queen side, yeah? Because from other side, white activate their queen because of that. If the black queen was on a5, white queen could not be so active. Now white queen is quite active there. Maybe king c8 even makes sense here. Maybe. The position is complicated, that's for sure. Then we have Kleimenov against Radzimski. It seems like Kleimenov's position could be slightly... No, actually not. It's just equal. Everything depends how they will fight later. Then we have Unsal against Smirnov. Nothing much is changing here. Only one move is done for the last half an hour, and this is queen c1. Then we have Yang against Guo with the same complications. So what's going on rook takes f5? I think king c6 does not work because of simple rook takes d5, and if the queen takes on d5 there will be rook e6 check, and then whites are gaining the queen. So after rook f5 the blacks are in trouble. The blacks are in trouble. What whites are thinking here? Whites are thinking. So they don't see that simple tactic connected to take on d5 and rook e6 check, maybe. Yes, what's going on after rook f5? I just don't understand. The knight is hanging. Yeah, everything is simple. Bishop takes d4. Does it change anything? Bishop takes d4, king h1. It's not changing anything. It's not changing anything. Okay, let's see what Yang will decide. Then we have Shilon against Tulshin Tulga. Tulshin Tulga's position is just perfect for black here. Girls action under 10, Basari against Myanmar. How it was, let's take a look. So on g5, Basari decided to capture with the queen. No. Why with the queen? With the bishop, it's much better. And queen f6. We have another idea here. So what I want here is to get with the queen on h6, with the bishop on f6, and then play just simple queen h7 and trap the rook. Was that it possible to do? For example, to play queen f4. So what do they have? They have a counterplay connected to b4. So for example, if I play bishop f6, they capture here, I capture this. Interesting. Okay, Valeri decided to play queen f6. So what's going on the same b4? That will be the counterplay. Let's see if Myanmar will do that. Next board we have Venskaya against Hania. Complicated position, complicated. Then we have Lee Iris against Nouri Nejat. Lee Iris improved the position of the king, so it means that everything is okay for now. The position is with the equal chances. Let's go to the open section under 8. Okay, now is a perfect moment to play Rook H8. Now it's a perfect moment to play Rook H8. You have to make them play H3 and then go back. And nothing gonna attack the G5 pawn. Okay, black should not have any problems here. Next board is Shokjiev against Ayapan. How it was, let's take a look. After knight e4. Black should not have any problems here. Position is equal. Then we have Buklaho against Safin. It is white to move. They are just pawn up. Yeah, their position was good all the time. Now they are pawn up. Let's see if it will be enough for Buklaho to win the game. Then we have Banerjee against Gorey Shamiri. Gorey Shamiri is a pawn down, but having some compensation, nothing special. And the girls action under 8. Very strange decisions that Sivanandan made. She pushed e5 and captured with a knight there. What was the point of that? There was no point. Now the white's position is just better. Slightly better, but without any active ideas for black. I mean, without any counterplay. That was not the best decision to do like that, starting from here, f6. I said she has to be very careful with pushing e5. She pushed e5, and suddenly she pushed f5 also. No, opening up the position like that and creating the weakness on d5, the isolated pawn, is not good. It's not good. Okay, slightly better for white. Of course, nothing so dangerous, but instead of improvement, Sivanandan made some active moves, and she made her position worse than it was before. Charvi against Kuraeva. Somewhere Kuraeva improved much, but now she is just pawn down with the passive pieces on the board, so Charvi has a very good chance to win the game. Then we have Sholpanbek against Zhumanbayeva. Zhumanbayeva is 2 pawns up, the position is just winning. Makhina against Rzadkovska. Rzadkovska improved. She improved much, and now she is very close to equalize the position completely. Let's go back to the open section under 12. This is Movahed against Uskov Artyom. The pawn is hanging on e5. Okay, as I see, Uskov is ready for that if the white will capture like this, he will play queen e6. And when the knight goes on c4, he is ready to capture on e4. Capture. And taking on d6 is not a big trouble at all, because they can do even this. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look how it was after queen c7. a5. Rook d8. Bishop c1, very good move. Well done, Mr. Movahed. Castle and bishop e3. Queen d7, bishop b6. And rook e8. Here Movahed is thinking. He has two options, taking on e5 and also play knight e3 and put the knight on d5. Yeah, white's position is looking quite well. Mamedov, this is what I told you. Another 3 moves past and the position is almost the same, and it will be at least next 5 moves like that. So already 7 moves past, and next 5 move, I promise that it will be like that, if not more. So again, the position is slightly better for white, but nothing special. Then we have Nurgaliev against Vaz Ethan. As I told you, Vaz Ethan was going to push f5, so he pushed f5. Maybe it was better to play rook b8 and b6. Because still here the white's position is much better now, because they got another square for the knight. This is the e4 square. And it seems like it will be a very tough game for Vaz Ethan. So as you see, Nurgaliev is back in the tournament. The tournament is to the end, and okay, it's a little bit late to be back, but anyway, as I told you, he has 5.5 points out of last 6 games. So now the knight goes on e4, that's a fact. And black can do nothing against that. So at least they have to... At least now rook b8. At least now rook b8. Rook b8 and b6 is just necessary to trade some pawns, otherwise the position will be very difficult for them. Then we have Fedosov against Besov. Yeah, nothing special here for Fedosov, he is just pawn down. Then we have Tulendinov against Elgir Dalai. As I told you, Tulendinov won the pawn, position is technically winning. Let's see how he will show the techniques in this game. Shubki against Goryachkina. Difficult to say with the better chances for black, but it is okay. It is better with black than with white, that's for sure. But nothing special, it has to be close to equal. Preobrazhenskaya against Abramkina. What was the last move? Was knight d4, king a8. Yeah, very complicated position. I think it's time to play a4 here. It's time to play a4 with white, I think so. Yeah, because Preobrazhenskaya did everything correctly, the active moves, while the temporary advantage, and of course she has to continue with the same manner. Then we have Shriya against Kali Ahmed. It is white to move. The position became too complicated, too complicated. Let's see what's gonna happen there. Then we have Yusefian against Mgeladze. The strange moves. So the last part of the tournament for Mgeladze is just very bad, I will tell you straightly. She's kind of out of the playing mode. Take on c1, take on c1, rook f6. So strange decision. It is so strange decision. I don't believe in moves like that. I just don't believe. Let's see what's gonna be there. Open section under 10. Lakan against Leo Patrick. Let's see what happened after queen a4, bishop d7, and rook b1, a5. Yeah, now the white queen can go back because the black queen does not have the a5 square anymore. And this is the position. Yes, somewhere bishop takes d5 is also hanging. Black has to be careful. Their pieces is not mobile. They are not connected to each other. That's an important detail. Let's see. The game is quite complicated. Kleimanov against Radzimsky. Okay, it already smells like a draw. Unsal against Smirnov. Very complicated position. And okay, here we already have the result. As I told you what was hanging, I thought that Yang did not mention it, but it seems like Guo blundered that. So, okay, after rook takes f5 here. Okay, well, we are saying that. So after rook takes f5, that was in the game, the position is almost losing. Yes, that's it. So Young Maxwell won his game. Let's take a look how many points he got with that. Young Maxwell got 8.5 points and has actual chances to get in the top 3. Congratulations to him, and let's see what will be the final rank there in the tournament. Then we have Shilon against Tufshin Tulga with the same kind of position, slightly better for black. Girls action under 10. So this is what happened there. Excellent game between Basari and Miyagmar. So we were talking that in this position black has to create the counterplay, and they played b4 and suddenly Basari played d5. What's going on after d5? Let's take a look. So queen could not take, that's easy to mention. After rook d2, queen does not matter where it goes, there will be rook d8 checkmate, or they have the last chance by playing queen a5 to protect the d8 square, but I don't think it will help to them. After rook d1, rook a8, there will be rook d7, and it's just game over. Rook e7 check is hanging. So they could not capture on d4, on e5, on d5 like this. They could not do that. So if they capture with a pawn, what's going on in this case? This is very interesting. What's going on if they take with the pawn there? actually that happened in the game. So let's think together with Valeri. What was her idea by playing d5? I can't see anything special for white. Right now we see them. From here it is first, second and third board. We have Valeri against Myanmar on our camera there. Valeri is thinking. So it seems like she just did that move, hoping that the opponent... Okay, not hoping, but giving a chance to the opponent to do the mistake and capture on d5 with the queen. As here it's not so clear what's going on. What did she do? She captured on b4? You know that we have a games here with a small delay, so we could not see the same position as they have on the board. We are a little bit late. Yes, what we have for now, Valeri is thinking. Okay, let's go to the next game. Here we have Venskaya against Hania. Venskaya improved the position quite much. Now let's see if she will be ready to get the advantage. The position is equal, but without any problem for white. Before it was like they have to solve some problems. Here we have Liris against Nori Nejat. Liris is just pawn up. So she's having the advantage, that's for sure. Go to the open section, under 8. This is the position where they agree on draw. Larry, Mark agreed on draw against Xia Joshua. Next board we have here Shogiev against Ayapan. I will just take a look what's going on in their section, as the first board already ended up the game. So Larry Mark got 9.5 points, and actually the tie breaks for Shogiev is slightly better, and if he wins the game, probably he will be the champion of the tournament, but of course he has a very tough game against Ayapan, and it will not be easy at all to win this game with white. Next we have Buklaho against Safin with a big advantage. Then is Banerjee against Goryashiamiri with a super complicated position again. Girls action under 8. Kulagina against Sivanandan. Sivanandan improved. She got the g4 square. That's very important to have the good square for the knight. And she got that. Because of that, her position will not be worse anymore, that's for sure. Now let's see how she will fight for the advantage. Then we have Charvi. Okay, I will not say won, but completely winning with the Kuraeva. Then we have Sholpanbek against Shumambaeva. Okay, what to say here? The position for Sholpanbek is absolutely losing. Then we have Machina against Rzadkowska. Very close to equal. Okay, it was just interesting, and I took a look on Basari's game again, and she pushed e6. Okay, now the same trap, black could not capture with the pawn because it will be just a checkmate like that. So black has to capture with the queen. And rook e2 maybe, right? This is the point of Basari, taking on e2 and taking on c6. I think he's just waiting for a white. King f8 seems like an only move, because after rook d7 there will be queen c8 checkmate. So king f8 only move. Let's take a look what can we do here. At least we can do queen c5 check. That's for sure that we can do. But I think queen c8 is better, as on queen e8 there will be bishop h6, on king e7 there will be rook e1, and on king g7 there will be at least bishop f6, this and taking here. Seems like Basari is winning the game, and with that I think she is winning also the tournament. I will take a look at the standings right now. So Basari has 8.5 points and Venskaya has 8.5 points. I will take a look at tie breaks. Venskaya is a little before half a point ahead, but it does not mean much. Half a point, it's not like a special and important thing. So that's very tough position. I mean, complicated situation in the tournament. On the same time, Venskaya is having this position. So after Basari's victory, Venskaya has to win the game to fight for being the champion. Otherwise, she of course, she needs only 1 point in the score sheet today. Otherwise, Basari will be the only player with 9.5 points in the tournament. So I'm saying that because I'm completely sure when she played d5 and e6, I'm completely sure she is ready for rook e2. Bravo. What to say? Basari is doing the excellent tournament and she deserves the high results. Okay, dear chess friends, now we go to the break, the short break, and we'll be back to you soon.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში ფიდეს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან. ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში. გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში.
ხარული ვარ, რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო.
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი. სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში. FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის. სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან. ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში. გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში.
ხარული ვარ, რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის. მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო.
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
We are back, dear chess friends, from the last round in Batumi World Youth Championship. Last and the decisive round, so we have a lot of decisive games here. So let's start immediately with the open section under 12. Here we have Movahed against Uskov. What do we have here? Oh, Uskov improved quite much. He improved quite much. He's pawn down, and maybe another pawn he will lose on a6, but definitely he has a compensation, very good compensation for that. I think Sina could do better somewhere. Let's take a look what was earlier happening there. After bishop b6, it seems to me a very good position for white here, and he played no. No, Mr. Sina. It's not a time to play the moves like h3 when it is about who will get the initiative. It's not the time to play the moves like a never. And okay, usually you were doing it very well when you have initiative. You were using it, but h3, okay, maybe a lot of stress, you know, a decisive game, so on. The opponent is very good, but not h3, definitely. Let me see. Okay, first of all, it's possible to capture on e5 immediately, but now I see the better move here, which is bishop c5. After bishop c5, I think blacks are in a very big trouble. Blacks are in a very big trouble here after bishop c5, yes. Okay, instead of that, Sina decided to play h3, bad move. I'll tell you straightly. Okay, I can't go deep in calculations because we have to review another games also, but h3 does, it does feel like that it's not a time for that. So Uskov also react correctly. Immediately he start creating the initiative. Take on e5, take, queen e6, knight d3. Here black has a full compensation for the pawns, and it will be actually the tough game for Movahed later, I think so. Next board, almost the same position. Slightly better for white. Next we have Nurgaliev against Vaz Ethan. The position is just winning for white. I think so, yes. They are just pawn up. How it was, let's take a look. Rook a1, rook c6, knight e4, king g8, king... What? That's a good gift. That's a good gift. Okay, I think that the black has to play b6 somewhere, right? Without, okay, I'm talking about that move for last 10 moves. He has to play b6. Without b6, there will be the big problems there, as it happened in the game. Bishop d8, c5, game over. Yes, okay. Next, we have Fedosov against Besov. Still Fedosov is with a pawn down, still kind of compensation. Then we have Tolendinov against Delgerdalai. It's a big advantage for white, of course. Just pawn up. Let's go to the girls section. where we have Shubhi against Goryachkina. Complicated position. In some moment I feel like whites were okay. Now the blacks improved much, so what to say about this position? Very complicated. Next we have Preobrazhanskaya against Abramkina. Last move was bishop e3 from where? From f4 to e3. I think Preobrazhanskaya can do better somewhere, starting from here. So knight d4, this, a4, b4, queen g3, what for bishop? Wait a second. I'm always saying to my students, when you want something, just check it immediately to do it. So after queen g3, Preobrazhanskaya wants to play bishop c7. Why not bishop c7 immediately? Game over. Dear Diana, game over. After bishop c7, the game is over. You want to play bishop c7, so calculate it. Maybe it works immediately. Yeah, every unusual thing is also amazing on the same time. It's also amazing. So that's why, to take a look at these kind of tricky things, unusual, unbelievable things, it's always very important. It's always very important. So bishop c7 and game over. Yeah, because black has to capture. Queen takes on a6. Queen a7, take. Knight c6 check, king b6, and knight takes d8. The game is over. Instead of that, dear Diana, you are playing queen g3. You are threatening later to play bishop c7, when it was already ready. c8, a5, and bishop e3. Okay, the position still has to be good, but you have to win the game from the beginning, when it was already winning. Then we have Shriya against Kali Ahmed. Kali Ahmed is just exchange up. Okay, let's see how it was happening. From here, knight c5, bishop. Wait a second. How to leave that kind of bishop on the board and how to don't capture it. Too many mistakes on the top boards. Too many mistakes. Of course, we have to capture that bishop. Otherwise, later it would be a big trouble, as it happened in the game. I think so, yes. White played knight c5. Black immediately played bishop c6. And knight g4. Here you are. Exactly that bishop is creating the super troubles. Yes. And just exchange down. Kali Ahmed is totally winning. Here we have Yusefian against Geladze. The position seems like equal. Open section under 10. Lacan against Liu Patrick. So Lacan sacrificed, yeah, he sacrificed on d5, as we were saying that he will do that. He did it. A very tough position, very tough and complicated. Then we have Kleimenov against Radzinski. Kleimenov somehow became the pawn up. How it happened? Let's take a look. He was pawn up even here. Okay, let's take a look from here. He blundered the pawn here, and after that he's trying to protect his position. This is it. It will be very difficult to win with white, but of course Kleimenov has chances for that. Then we have Unsal against Smirnov. Smirnov's position is just excellent, almost winning. Next we have Shilon against Tushin Tulga. Whites are in trouble here. Girls section under 10. Here we are. Our congratulations to Valeri. Excellent, bravo. Last game was just excellent. It was the game of the year, if not the century. She played a very good game, and of course she deserves what she got. Then we have Venskaya fighting here, as it is a very decisive game for her. She has to win to hold the chances being the champion in the tournament. She lost yesterday, otherwise she was leading the whole tournament, and of course she wants to be the champion. The position is quite complicated. Next we have Lee Iris against Nori Nejad, where Lee Iris is having a big advantage. Open section under 8. The first board we have draw, and on the second board we have Shogiev trying his best to win the game, as if he wins he could be the champion. So let's see. Yeah, he made the position complicated. He creates some threats, and yes, he has the chances to win the game. Then we have Buklaho against Safin. It is white to move, and f2 pawn is hanging. Yes, Safin creates some counterplay. It is very important thing. Next we have Banerjee against Gorey Shamiri with a very interesting position. So what's going on if the white will capture on f6, black capture and play a5? Is not it game over? Because on king e5 there will be b5. Now if the black capture, my pawn is just running. And if the black will play something like this, then I'll play b6. King c6. I can play h4 easily. Interesting. Let's see what that happened in the game. Let's see if Banerjee will play a5. Yes, he played a5, so it means it's winning. King e5 is only moved, and b5, king d6, b6, king c6, and h4 is a very important detail. Now I'm threatening to play h5 and then just capture the f4 pawn. If the black will play g6, I'll play king h3 first to force them to play h5, and then I'll go from h2 g1, for example king b7, I'll play king g1, and then I just go and capture the f4 pawn. So the only detail here is to play h4. It's just necessary to play h4, otherwise I'm not sure it will be winning. So, oh, in the game happened g3. Why? Mr. Banerjee, why? Maybe it is still winning, but why to trade the pawns there? Let's see if he can capture all 2 pawns on the king side without trading it. Then okay, so I'll tell you in advance, g5 does not work because of king g4 and the whites are capturing both of the pawns. On h5 there will be h4 and the same, white gonna capture both of the pawns, so black has to play g6. Then we have to play king f4. King d6. King e4. Maybe still winning. And on king c6 I have king e5. And I am capturing both of the pawns. Let's see what... Yes, that's what happened in the game. King e5 and okay, Banerjee is winning, but I think h4 was the easier way anyway. Okay, how much points Banerjee is getting? Let's take a look at the standings. Open under 8. In open section, under 8. If Banerjee winning, he's getting 8.5 points. What the chances to be in the top 3? That's for sure. Let's take a look at Shokjiev's game on the board number 2. So in the game was queen c6. What about rook d1? Could not we win that pawn? I think white could win that pawn. Okay, if Shokjiev will play rook d1, he has excellent chances to win the game. The same time, Buklaho against Safin. Buklaho played rook d2. Let's see how Safin will continue. Okay, let's go to the girls section under 8. Here on the first board, Kulagina against Sivanandan. Sivanandan is threatening to play knight g6 and she wants to gain the pawn. So whites are kind of forced to play knight b3, that on knight g6 to play knight d4. After knight b3 it will be very difficult to win for Sivanandan. Here Charvi won her game. Sholpan back against Shumanbaeva. The position is still losing as it was before. And Machina against Rzadkovska. It is completely draw. Let's go back to the open section. Here we have so what did we have here? Movahed did not capture on a6, he played c3, rook f5, f4. Rook takes f4, and Movahed is thinking. Movahed could get the advantage. Now the position is very complicated for him. Here we have Mamedov against Ding Ho. And this is it. After 15 moves, something changed. This is how we are saying actually, that 10-15 moves will be the same position. So now it's changing a little bit. On 90s, wait a second, it seems like a Dean blunder or something. So it was Queen A3, Queen G6, D5, take and Knight F5, yes. Rook C7, now White will play Knight E7 check, and they just gain the exchange. That will be technically winning position. It means that Mamedov is winning his game. Here we have Nurgaliev against Vaz Ethan. Seems like Nurgaliev is just winning. Yes, that's so. Then we have Fedosov against Besov. The same kind of position. And Tulendinov against Delgirdalai, where Delgirdalai is getting some chances to survive. Yes, that's not as losing as it was before. So starting from here, the position was completely losing, and suddenly that A3. Queen F6. What's the point of Queen F6? And now what to do? Yeah, the position goes to draw. Very complicated situation in the tournament. Girls section under 12. Shubhi Goryachkina, the great fight with the equal chances for now. Preobrazhenskaya. Preobrazhenskaya missed a lot of chances to win the game. She still has the advantage, but not so big, of course. Shriya Kali Ahmed. Seems like Kali Ahmed has to win this game. Yusefian against Geladze. Still it is equal. Open section under 10. Here we have Lacan against Liu Patrick. Very dangerous for black, very dangerous. Then we have Kleimeno trying to win this game with the extra pawn. Unsal against Smirnov. Smirnov is just pawn up. Let's go to the girls section under 10. Here Basari won, and everything depends on Venskaya now. Venskaya is going to gain the pawn. Let's see. She has the chances to win the game, of course. Lee Iris against Nori Nejad, the same position, big advantage for Lee Iris. Open section under 8. First board draw, second board Rook D1. Yes, I was suggesting that move, and Shokjiev also did that move. Oh, very interesting moment. So in case of Shokjiev wins the game, Shokjiev and Larry Mark will get the same score, and then the tie breaks will decide who will be the champion of the tournament. Here we have Buklaho against Safin. The position is complicated compared to what it was before. Banerjee won against Goretia Miri. Let's go to the girls section under 8. Yes, okay. Here we have mostly draw between Kulagina and Sivanandan. Charvi won against Kuraeva. So let's take a look what will be there in case the first board will do the draw. What will be the final standings in girls section under 8. So Charvi is having 9.5 points. Sivanandan's score will be also 9.5 points. And almost everything in tie breaks they have equal. So let's see who will be the first there. Okay, next board here we have Zhumanbaeva winning against Sholpanbek. Zhumanbaeva is having 7 points and Sholpanbek 8 points. It's interesting what is Rzadkovska doing. Rzadkovska is a draw, so it means that in that case Rzadkovska will be the third. Okay, now let's go to the open section again under 12. Let's see what's interesting happening there. So Movahed just sacrificed the pawn on f4 and then played rook f1. He's fighting for holding the position. I think the draw will be a good result for him already. Mamedov is just winning. So Mamedov is winning and he is getting how many points? Let's take a look. Mamedov winning and having 8.5 points. So in that case he will be in top 3, I think so, because as Nurgaliev is also winning against Vaz Ethan, who has 8 points. So it means that there will be 2 players with 8.5 points, Mamedov and Nurgaliev for now. We have to mention that both of them are for Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan is improving quite much in the last years in chess, of course. And the next players who can get the 8.5 points, this is the pair of Fedosov and Besov and Tolendinov. Okay, let's see here. Everything depends on tie breaks also later. So don't go too far away. I'm very sorry for Ding. I'm very sorry. He was doing the excellent tournament. But this is a sport and the fighting is until last moment. So here Nurgaliev is winning, as I told you. Fedosov against Besov. The very complicated position. And here we have Tulendinov against Delgerdalai. Tulendinov who missed a big advantage, and now he still have chances to win the game, but it will be super difficult. It will be super difficult to win this game. Girls section under 12. Shumphi and Goryachkina in the same complicated position. Preobrazhenskaya. Preobrazhenskaya is a great player. Great player. So she missed some winning lines there, but she continues even in the end game with tactics. That's excellent skills. That's excellent skills. So what's going on here? Yes, she has a big advantage still. She has a big advantage. So how it was here? Queen e5, queen f3 check, and knight e6. Good, well done. Okay, with errors inside, but she's doing her best. She's doing her best. And that could be enough to win the game, of course. Here we have Shreya against Kali Ahmed. Yeah, Shreya kind of improved her position here, as she was completely losing. Now she has some chances to survive. Then we have Yusefian against Geladze. The g5 from Geladze was very strange. Okay, I actually think that this girl has to work on endgames. She has to work on endgames. Then Lacan against Lou Patrick. Crazy game, crazy game. So let's take a look from here. Bishop e3, g5. Knight takes d7, g takes f4, and ignore it and play queen f5. Oh my gosh. That's quite crazy game. Let's see what's gonna happen there later. Then we have Kleimenov still trying to win the game with the extra pawn. Then Unsal against Smirnov. Smirnov is having the excellent position. These are the top boards. Next, let's go to the girls section, where the first board we already know, and Venskaya. Again and again, Venskaya with the super decisive game for her. So how it was after bishop c2. She wanted to capture the pawn, but on the same time Hania reacts very well. c5, bishop h6, c3, e6. Oh my god, what a complicated and a tough game. Let's see, everything could happen here, but Venskaya of course has a better chances to win the game. Then we have Lee Yuris against Nori Nejad. Trading the rooks, Miss Lee. Trading the rooks is not the best option. I'll tell you straightly. I'll tell you straightly, trading the rooks is not the best option. They just a draw. After trading the rooks, it's just a draw. You have to do that without trading the rooks. Okay. Here we have the result on the second board after rook d1. Ayapan is thinking, as he is in a very tough situation. Shokjiev seems like having the advantage and going to win the game. Next we have Buklaho against Safin. Last move was rook f7. Okay, Safin's position is still worse. But let's see if Buklaho could win the game. And the girls section. Sivanandan won the pawn. Sorry, but where and how? That was the position. Take, take, knight d3, king d1. Oh, that's a tricky thing that I missed. Pardon me, dear chess friends. So there is no king c2 because of knight e1 check. But is not there this move? There is king b1. And on knight d2 check, there is king c2. So Kulagina blundered that. She blundered that. She just gave the pawn. And now Sivanandan is pawn up. Of course, it will be very difficult to win, but she has the chances. She has the chances. At the same time, there are Sholpambek against Zhumambayeva. Sholpambek is doing her best. Doing her best. Let's see if it will be enough to survive. Mahina is just a draw. Yes, they already agreed on draw. Okay, this is the situation for now. After more than 3 hours playing, now we will do the short break, dear chess friends, and then we will be back with the final results and summarizing of today's day. So see you soon.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში
ხარული ვარ რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში
ხარული ვარ რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო.
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
Hello, dear chess friends. This is Grandmaster Valeri Gaprindashvili from Batumi. We have last round, and we can say the last hour of the World Youth Championship under 8, 10, 12 Open and the Girls section, and we have already a lot of results. A lot of games already finished. So we will take a look at them. And we will start with the open section under 12. Here on the first board, move ahead with white playing against Uskov, and they agreed on draw in this position. So it's already time to take a look at the standings. So our congratulations to Uskov. He made it very well. He did 3 draws and won 8 games, and he became the champion. So this is the first champion of this event in any of the age categories that we see for now. So many congratulations from us, and we will wish the best luck in the future tournaments. One more time I have to mention that he did the excellent tournament. He did the excellent game, very solid, without any surprises in any of the games. So well done, what to say. We have the champion, and again we are congratulating him for this excellent result. On the same time, Movahetsina is getting 8.5 points. So another 8 pointers was Ethan and Dean Ho. Both of them are losing their games, so it means that Movahed can be the second in the tournament. That will be a quite result compared to his surprises that he did in this tournament. It was not the best tournament for him, for sure, but still he is quite strong player, and if he will be second in the tournament, I will say that he deserves that. Next board we have Mamedov against Dink. Okay, technically this position is winning. So if Mamedov wins this game, Mamedov has one of the worst tie breaks, but he will share the second place in that case. Okay, if Nurgaliev is winning his game, let's take a look at that. Yes, Nurgaliev already won. He already won the game, so he also got 8.5 points. So what do we have here? We have 9.5 pointer Uskov, who is the champion, and then we have sharings of the following places. Second to, I will tell you right now. So we have Movahed, we have Nurgaliev with 8.5 points. If Mamedov wins, he will get 8.5 points also, and another 2 players could be that the winner between Beso and Fedosov, and if Tulendino wins his game. So let's go to that game. Here we have Fedosov against Beso, and it means Beso already won. Beso already won, so Beso is the next guy with 8.5 points. So Beso and Movahed has almost the equal tie breaks. Nurgaliev is a little bit down, and Mamedov is also a little bit down. So it means that the second and the third places by tie breaks will be between Beso and Movahed. Let's take a look at Tolendinov, who is playing against Delgerdalai. Seems like he has to win also this position. It will be a very long game, but he will win this game. And so the final standings will be like that. First, 9.5 points Uskov, and then sharing between 4 players. So second, third, fourth, and fifth place. This will be Movahed Sina, Beso Hussein, just a second, Movahed Sina, Beso Hussein, Mamedov Edgar, Nurgaliev, that's already 4, and Tuledinov if he wins 5. So it will be second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth places shared between these 5 players. Just check it one more time. So Movahed 8.5, Beso 8.5, Mamedov 8.5 if he wins against Dink, and just a second, let's take a look at Mamedov's game. Yes, Mamedov is here. And who's left? Tulendinov if he wins that Queen's End game, and Nurgaliev. That will be the sharings for second place till 6. And the tie breaks will be announced, of course, later. Here in the girls section, under 12, Shubhi Gupta against Goryachkina. They agreed on draw. In this position. So let's take a look what's going on there. Shubhi and Goryachkina, both of them got 8.5 points, and there could be 3 more players with 8.5 points. Let's take a look at the tie breaks. The best tie break has Yusefian. Then comes Shubhi. Then comes Kali Ahmed. Let's take a look what's going on the next boards. So, Preobrazhenskaya is winning. Many congratulations to her. Her tiebreak is not the best, but let's see what's going on there. So, 2 players, Goryachkina and Shubhi, 8.5. Preobrazhenskaya, 8.5. Kali Ahmed is playing this position, which is actually winning. So, Kali Ahmed will be the 4th player with 8.5, who has a very good tie breaks. Then we have Yusefian playing against Giladze. Yusefian's tie breaks are the best for now, and if she wins this game, she has the best chances to be the champion. Sorry, there's some mosquito here. So, this is a position. It is black to move. And it seems she is winning. Oh my God, so many players with 8.5 points. So many players with 8.5 points. So there we have Shubhi and Goryachkina. Also Preobrazhenskaya, Kali Ahmed if she wins, and Yusefian, which is also seems winning. It means 5 players with the same points. 8.5 points out of 11. That's an amazing tournament. So equal tournament, and so many good players there. Just strong and excellent players, and the tie breaks will decide everything. Of course, it will be very sad to be 5th or 4th in tie breaks when you are sharing the 1st place. But again, this is sports, and what to do. Let's go to the next section. This is open under 10. Here we have Lacan playing against Liu Patrick. Lakan has too many pawns for the bishop. It seems that he has an advantage here. Then we have Kleimenov against Radzimsky. The same kind of position. Oh, they agreed on draw. They agreed on draw. Let's go to this section and take a look what's going on there. So, Leo Patrick is the only player with 8.5 points. Then, Kleimenov and Radzimsky got 8.5 points also. And there are 3 more pairs who can get the same score. And, okay, if Lakan wins against Leo Patrick, that position, then he will be the champion. In case of draw, then Leo Patrick will be the champion. Nice, super decisive game on the first board. This is it. Lakan playing against Leo Patrick. Lakan, who is from France, Leo Patrick from United States of America, and they are having this position. And here will be clear who will be the champion of this section. Let's take a look at the next boards, which is also very important as any of them can get 8.5 points. Here Smirnov is having a very good position, yes, but Unsal is trying to protect it. Let's see if Smirnov could win that game. Here we have young Maxwell, who already get 8.5 points because he beat Guo. Then we have Shilon against Tushin Tulga, both of them with 7.5 points, with a very complicated position. Seems like Tushin Tulga has a excellent compensation for exchange, as the white king is quite weak. So very complicated situation in this section. Then girls under 10. Basari won, that we know, and Venskaya also won. Congratulations, congratulations. Here we have also tie breaks in progress. So let's take a look what's going on there one more time. So Basari and Venskaya got 9.5 points out of 11. Well done, girls. Well done. Well done. Just remember, dear chess friends and chess lovers, remember these last names. Basari from Turkey and Venskaya Nika. They will say they're a very loudly word in the chess community soon. I will promise that for sure. So they have 9.5 points. Let's see what's going on next. What's going on next? So Myanmar lost against Basari. It means that Myanmar has 8 points. Hania lost against Venskaya, so 7.5 points left. Nori Nejad draw, so Nori Nejad has 8 points. So it means that there will be a huge group of 8 pointers. For now, this is Myanmar and Nori Nejad. Let's go next. Cisco, if Cisco wins, Cisco is getting also 8 points. Then we have Zavivaeva against Tran. The winner will get 8 points also. And then we have Adia against Chichinadze, where Chichinadze won and got the 8 points. It means that she is sharing the 3rd place for sure. Let's see what will be in tie breaks. Let's go to the open section under 8. Here on the first board we have draw. Second board, Shokgiev won. Our congratulations, congratulations. So Shokgiev and Larry Mark shared the 1st place, and who will be first? Who will be first? That's a very good question. It depends on tie breaks, which was also almost the same. So Larry Mark 9.5 points, Shokgiev 9.5 points. Let's see who is next. Then it was Safin there with 8 points, but it will be very difficult to win here. For Safin, it will be very difficult. If he wins this game, then he will be clearly 3rd. If not, there will be some players with 8.5 points. For now, we don't have anybody actually for now. If Banerjee is having, yes, Banerjee won. Banerjee is having 8.5 points. So let's see, if Safin wins, then he will be clearly third. In case he will do the draw, then he will share the third place with Banerjee. In case he lose, then Buklaho and Banerjee is sharing the third and the fourth place on the same time. And the girls section under 8, here we have Sivan and Dan trying to win this position, which will be super difficult, very close to draw. And Charvi won her game, that we know. So in case Sivan and Dan will do the draw, what's going on there? In case of Sivan and Dan will do the draw, it will be 9.5 points for Sivan and Dan and Charvi on the same time. Then we have Sholpanbek that lost against Jumanbaeva. So in case Sivan and Dan do draw, it will be 9.5 points for Sivan and Dan and Charvi. Then nobody has 9 points, nobody has 8.5 points, and there are the sorry, wait a second. Zatkovska was having 8.5. So it means, oh, okay, here actually everything is clear. So first and second place between Sivan and Dan and Charvi, in case Sivan and Dan will do draw, with the 9.5 points, and there is only one player with 8.5 points. This is Zatkovska, who is clearly getting and already guaranteed the third place. So our congratulations to Zatkovska also. So dear chess friends, actually I was going to end up our broadcasting with that, but as some very decisive and important games are in progress, now we will do a short break again, and then we will be back with the final results and standings. So see you soon.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან. ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში, გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში.
ხარული ვარ, რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის. მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო.
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის
ხარული ვარ რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
Hello, dear chess friends. One more and the last time for this tournament. So we have to the end our World Youth Championship under 8 and 12 open in the girls section in a sunny Batumi, where it was very glad to spend the time. It was very nice to be with you and commentate this excellent event. So now we go to the final results that most of the games are done. So let's take a look. In the open section under 12, we know on the first board it was draw. Second board, Mamedov against Ding, having this position, which is absolutely winning. It means Mamedov wins the game. Nurgaliev won against Vas. Peso won. And Tulendinov is playing a very long game. He is playing a very long game. And actually, okay, if he will win, he will share the second place also. So if he could not win and it will be draw, then it will be the sharing from second till fifth place. So let's take a look how it was the last game, last moves. Seems like queen is very passive, the white's queen, so maybe it is if it will be queen d3, then it is queen e1 check. Okay, let's see. It will be a very long game. We will not continue commenting that, as it is not like too decisive for the abstract situation in the tournament. So the question is that they will share from second till the sixth place, or they will share from second till fifth. In the girls section, here we have Shubhi draw against Goryachkina. Preobrazhenskaya won. The tie breaks will decide everything here. Oh, and here we have Kali Ahmed not winning this game. She is not winning this game. This is just a simple draw. Okay. Here Yusefian won, so Yusefian is sharing also. It is very interesting what will be the tie breaks there. Go to the open section. Here Lakan won, and Lakan won the tournament, but I will double check, and then I will say my congratulations. Just a second. Open section under 10. Lakan won the game. He got 9 points, and let's see on the second board, Kleimenov and Radzimsky, what are they doing there? They agreed on draw. So our congratulations to Lakan. Excellent, excellent. Great fights, mostly the last round. The last round where exactly Lakan became the champion. So Lakan is a champion. Then we have a huge group with 8.5 pointers where the tie breaks will decide everything. Let's go to the girl section under 10. Here Basari won, we know that. Venskaya won, they shared the first place. Okay, and the Tie breaks will decide everything there. In open section, under 8, first board, draw, second board, Shokjiev won. And that's why they are sharing the first place. And here we have Safin playing. And it seems like he is also winning. He is also winning. So Safin is in a top 3 also. Let's go to the girls section under 8. Here Sivanandan did the draw, as we said. She shared the first place with Charvi. And Zatkovska is third clearly. So actually everything is clear. Many congratulations to the winners again and again. And let's see, let's take a look at the tie breaks in the end, because a lot of things depends on those tie breaks, even who will be the champion and who will be the 5th in the girls section. So dear chess friends, thank you very much for watching us, and hope to see you soon from somewhere else, also the beautiful place and the interesting tournament. Take care, bye bye.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში. FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის. სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან. ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში. გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში.
ხარული ვარ, რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის. მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო.
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.